initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only wakes us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Now I come bearing good and bad news. Now, in theory, we might be witnessing the Commonwealth resting their case and or their last witness.
I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm really hungry.
Okay, get something to eat. If you were not here at morning, due to severe flooding, the kiddos are on e-learning today, so youngest most feral will be my co-host slash prisoner as he is doing e-learning, and I have to make sure that he is doing it. I think we've officially gotten 2 worksheets done in 3 hours. Uh, it's getting done. It's getting done. But we do have Ian Whiffen to get through. Now, I do have it at 1.25. I cannot promise you that we won't speed ahead. Basically, what the Commonwealth is trying to do is prove that Lindsay was, in fact, in full possession of her faculties based on Apple Health data, which, dear Lord, it's just the health data. It's not healthcare data. It's, dear Lord. I would recommend having a full bounty of sugar and carbohydrates to get through this testimony. Now, from what Bob Mata and Ali Mata have been tweeting in contemporaneous time, it doesn't look like he's getting anywhere. According to Bob, even the most copious note taker is taking no notes, so make of that what you will. But let's get into this. Now, for all his faults, Ian does have a UK voice and a calming tenor. So if you need a non-narcotic, non-addictive form of sleep induction, might I please recommend Ian Whiffen for your sleeping comfort.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, can I see everybody just for a few seconds?
I can see why it's a case. I think there is a very genuine question about what a punishment should be, if any should be, adjudicated. What I don't understand is why we went through all of this and why we weren't just presented with a battle of the experts. I mean, the Commonwealth in the last week basically brought in all the medical experts involved in Lindsay's care. That should have been the Commonwealth's entire case. I mean, I don't know where they're going exactly, other than she's a lying liar who lies and a terrible monster. But other than that, I really do not see the strategic logic in putting on the case the way they have. And then this being the final witness, possibly. Now, according to Bob, there was quite a bit of a sidebar before the jury came in, and I wasn't quite clear what it was all about. Yes, this is still the state's case. There is conjecture, though, that the state will be resting after Ian and the defense will be starting their case. Now, again, picking Ian Whiffen as your expert, given his history and the baggage he carries with him from Karen Reed, especially within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, is rather odd strategically to me. Now, maybe they didn't have access to any other witness with his expertise, but thank you very much. But it does seem like a very odd person to. Why is Matt Damon in the courtroom? Sorry, I got confused by the Odysseus of all of it. I was afraid he was gonna. Anywho, back to, and there's Father Bob. The audacity of trying to look, y'all. Y'all know me. I'm about the most irreverent person you're ever gonna meet, but I have enough recovering Catholic in me that the audacity to try to call, like, a priest into, "Well, what did he say to the witness? Imma need to test him." Like, I still have enough scared Catholic girl in me that I'm not testing a priest. Interesting. I can see it. Oh, dear God. Again, from the possessed doll haunted Annabelle section of the crafting store, this god awful. If you're gonna wear a bow, at this point, it is in no way to respect the victim. It is taking attention away from everything. It is a distraction. And, it's not even a distraction from a good case. No, it's a distraction from a shambolic case. So, at this point, the entire half of the internet who finds this respectful, kindly, I have muted you all. I cannot deal with you right now. Now, normally I'm open to all opinions and I love different viewpoints, but I have had to go on a muting spree on my ex because I just cannot with the bows. I cannot with the bows. I cannot with if you show compassion to Lindsay, you are obviously supporting a monster and you don't care about children. The reductive, dumb arguments from people who have not been watching the case, along with Nancy Grace, I basically shut off my internet. And so therein, I don't offer up wisdom much, but the mute button is there. It exists. If you can't handle someone stupid, just mute them or block them. Those buttons exist for a reason. You don't have to listen to someone you don't care to listen to. It's like cable. You can cut the cord. God bless it every damn time. I swear, I warn you every other day. And I'm taking the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to court because between Ian Whiffen and the gavel, they done hurt me in my soul.
Yay. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, is in before the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer.
And all I have to say about this suit, ma'am, is ebony and ivory live peacefully on my keyboard or something. I really feel like you and Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney are going to do another remake of Smooth Criminal, and I'm kind of digging it. But I don't like pastels on you. They wash you out. Again, jewel tones for you. You are not a spring. Give it up. You are an autumn. Just go with it.
Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So what I'm going to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break. And then we'll close their portion of the evidence today. All right. Then at that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right. And so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to.
Now, Lindsay is a spring. These cooler colors actually warm and give some life to her tones. So again, I'm not against pastels. They just have to work for you. They do not work for me. I am a jewel tone person as well. We got to work with what we got to work with.
Go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes. But I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are and where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. I am a douche.
I would rather affirm than I do.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Neville Longbottom, you killed Voldemort. How the hell did you end up here? Honest to God, you used to be the pride of Gryffindor, and you're reduced to this. When did you link arms with Slytherin?
I got a new Prince Madeline.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Cellbrite.
What is Celebrate?
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company working in the digital forensics field.
Objection. I call facts into evidence, and Cellbrite in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has not acquitted itself of being any sort of company that should have intelligence in its title. So objection from the court of public opinion, the weird side.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Celebrate?
I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
And could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses.
So your job as a police officer was to take continuing education in computerology. I'm just making sure. Checks notes. The UK and Canada, are they crime-free now? The UK is doing swimmingly with this man at the helm of digital security in the private sector, correct? Nothing at all afoot in the UK, right? And look, I love my viewers from the UK, so I say this tongue-in-cheek, but actually with great sorrow, because I do want to visit the UK. But yikes. Not that America doesn't have problems like y'all. We can't even clean our own room, so no judgment, but still.
Focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors, such as Blacklight or Cellbrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College, specifically about cell phones.
And Celebrite, the software produced by Celebrite, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data.
Yeah, but do you ask for consent? This all sounds a bit like forcefully. Also, Canada and the UK, not bastions of free speech, and the government staying the hell out of our business. So, you know, yeah, no thanks. You could have been great, Neville Longbottom. You really could have.
To decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
We make it easy enough that a Massachusetts state trooper could almost not miss all the evidence. In the Birchmore case, they really are just limboing below human expectation. We're so proud of those boys.
Does Celebrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to
I have my IT goatee or my IT Van Dyke. Look, I have listened to this man speak twice in Karen Reed, and nothing has stuck. So maybe with the face smirking like he's wearing, I will suddenly get technology. Also, weirdly, I could pull this off in San Francisco.
locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yes.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system, which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application, aggregated, and made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since around 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And
Wait a minute. Since 2013, with the amount of cases in the UK and Canada where they intrude in citizens' civil liberties, yeah, I find that to be a round number he made up. I call bullshit. I think that he has put his grubby little fed fingers into so many more cell phones. But, that's just the IT almost goatee talking. I, by myself, do not have this as credible data. This is speculation and fake facial hair.
how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel. So of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well. And
then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis?
Correct. So yeah, whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now, you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusion.
Holy crap, you're twinsies with the Massachusetts State Troopers because they didn't want to investigate the house. They, in fact, didn't even open a drawer. Oh my God, you guys, you plastics really go together. How in a world, in all the crazy gin joints, did you guys get together? It really is a match made in hell. I mean, incompetence. I mean, law enforcement.
Based on the data that I'm viewing rather than know the intricacies of the case. All I require is an outline, the date that something happened, the time.
I don't require any fact patterns or anything. I mean, God, for God's sakes, why would I want those? I'm just looking for whatever the prosecutor tells me. They are paying my paycheck. I mean, dude. I know I am interpreting this in the most uncharitable way, but you do understand that the Commonwealth has basically emotionally tortured the jury for 14 days. So they are not going to be taking you in the best lights possible. So good luck, Felicia.
Who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Lindsay Clancy's iPhone, that extraction, what type of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
Full system.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool created by Cell, and also my own tooling applications.
Oh my God, you are a tool with your own tool. You're a tool squared. You are at the inception of tools. Sir, these are soft pitches. You really, this is a Monday. I'm not even breaking a sweat. Also, I do feel more confident about IT stuff with the IT facial hair. Not gonna lie, may go to Best Buy, may school some people about some stuff later, may get a 5150, you know.
I've been working on for several years.
So you've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Okay, yes, just like I made my own hair bun, or hair bow. JKD Buck, I have decided to put on the IT goatee because the other two times I was not wearing fake facial hair of an IT supervisor. And I think that is what created the block in my mind to pick up the knowledge that Mr. Whiffen is throwing down. So I think with the fake facial hair, I could be able to get it. But I like that he says that he made his own tools. Like I say I made a magical spell when I did, Control-Alt-Delete.
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Cellbrite. Tools that as an examiner, I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others.
Has anyone, and I do mean anyone besides your mom, actually paid for your tools, like in a developer sort of way? Did you work coding like Neo in your basement and you were like, da-da-da-da-da-da, and then the code was just flying everywhere? And then some weird guy from Silicon Valley was like, this code is amazing. We would like to buy it for a gajillion $12. Or did you tell Cellbrite that you were like, dude, I kind of Control-Alt-Deleted this, but I totally invented it. It's called the Whiffen. Because I'm feeling it's somewhat more of the latter prospect than you being a coding god.
I still use those tools to this day.
And these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow...
Wait a minute. So you developed tools eons ago in computer time, and since growth in technology is exponential, has your intelligence also grown? Because House Long to Die in Cold, I still don't know. Oh, don't be mean to Carl Benjamin like that.
Allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional.
Correct. The primary use of a tool is to be useful.
But
You
it
know,
doesn't like being useful because it hates you.
I didn't even expect him to get one answer right. You are a credit to your profession, sir.
Tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. But some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that, so I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that, so early January to late January.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
I was, yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was traveled, the number of...
No, because someone still needs to explain this to me, because I'm going to take these off, because the bad thing about getting less sleep means that sensory issues are making fake facial hair problematic. But riddle me this, because this has never made sense to me. And if someone is technologically advanced and can explain it to me, so they are taking what is essentially a proprietary lockdown code that they can sort of only amalgamate and guess, but they do not have the internal, kind of hardware, how Apple processes things, how they categorize. So what Cellbrite does is essentially make a sort of educated guess based on, past proprietary, programming to guesstimate how Apple is coding things now. Again, how can you be accurate if you do not have the source code and everything is basically essentially an educated guess? Now, I do understand that it's been backed up by some data, but essentially you are already starting out with an unknown, and anything that is started out as an unknown, couldn't it be manipulated even with all the hash markies and thumbnail, fingerprint, digital ID, credudle? That is what doesn't make sense to me, how they can extrapolate that Apple Watch or your Apple phone says you walked 13 steps. Well, what is the calibration that Apple uses for that? Do they take in your actual height and weight? Because if you actually fill out the health data, if you're like me and you don't fill out the health data, do they just extrapolate a normal white male gait pattern? This is the stuff that doesn't make sense to me. And as much as I'm mocking Mr. Whiffen, I don't know that anyone can accurately explain all of this without having access to the Apple secret code.
Stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form, and understand exactly where that information is coming from, and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section here, heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded.
Again, how do we know what Apple uses to calibrate your heart rate? I'm not trying to be an ass, but you're starting from an unknown and extrapolating from an unknown there. And maybe you can do it with technology, but my brain is stopped there.
Recorded periodically throughout the day, is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the
Wait a minute. So again, you're starting out from an unknown. You don't know how often the Apple Watch tracks, whether it's set up to track more, because there is a sleep hygiene feature. I know Mr. Mo has an Apple Watch that he uses to track his sleep. And even his sleep doctor has said it's fairly inaccurate and he wouldn't trust it. Now, whether that's because his doctor is trying to not get him to buy Apple products or that's a genuine read on the accuracy of him. But it just, how are you an expert when you don't know what you're talking about, but you've extrapolated from an unknown point?
day, if you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence. Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, in several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I'd not highlighted.
And that's right there. Below.
Correct.
So you did a really thorough job. How much did the Commonwealth pay you to do a 10% of a half-assed job? I'm just asking what expert fees go for in Massachusetts in case I'm ever called. I feel like I should have a kind of knowledge of going rate. $300K seems to be it, but did want to ask,
1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as, I believe, around 50 and as high as around 122. On average, it was around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of her heart rate was 57?
Correct.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The last accurate heart rate you have from an independent Apple device is at 20 minutes past 5. The incident and everything occurred much later than that. Now, what are we going to claim? That she used her phone and she was playing Candy Crush? She went up and down the stairs? How are we going to prove that she is a mastermind with her heart rate?
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off,
If the battery died?
the battery was dead, yes.
We needed an expert for this. So oh my God, what could be the what if any reasons could an Apple Watch have for not working? She's cracked the case. She cracked the case. She took off her watch. If she took it off, she's guilty. Just guilty as sin. What are we proving here, Commonwealth? Make it make sense.
You also mentioned flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to say it. I just thought of something really mean, but given my whole kindness thing, I'm going to try to hold back. Just going to casually put out there, though, that I don't think her or the other Commonwealth attorneys' watches see many flights accumulated on their Apple Health features. I could be wrong. Maybe these women are running up and down the stairs. And good on ya. Get those steps in, girls.
Stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline at over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
So there's two factors being considered there, the steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is. Both devices have got the barometers built in. Both devices can monitor flight climb events.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
Oh, whiffin'. Oh, whiffin'. Dear God, if we get back into she drove up 3 feet at a 2% angle at 14 miles per hour. I am pretty sure that we collectively as America have a civil case against this man. This man has collectively not only wasted our life force, but our gray matter, trying to explain something that is unexplainable. And I do believe we might actually have a legitimate class action lawsuit against this man in the Commonwealth. I'm working on it. I still have a headache.
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
Correct, yes. If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record a flight climb.
But if a person's not in a car and is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Are we actually in a court where she legitimately asked the question, so if you were in your car and you were in your house and you weren't driving a car, is it legitimate to assume that you're climbing stairs? Is this where we are in the Commonwealth? Proving the existence and legitimacy of stairs? My flabbers are gasped.
Correct. If the person is in a house and there are flight climbs being recorded, then the only rational explanation is that the person was climbing stairs.
Oh, no, we're in the Commonwealth. There is no rationality in here. You take whatever rational assumption you have amalgamated in your head and erase it and add butt dial. No, sir, you are part of the butt dial conspiracy. You are part of these, cheeks can dial. And you have perpetuated that. So no, we are not assuming anything. We are not granting you any powers of logic.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data? How is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred 10 minutes after the hour, and then another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report.
This is assuming Lindsay carried her phone while or after she did any of this. Now, we can assume maybe she did because she answered a phone call, but again, that assumes that she didn't leave it upstairs and run upstairs and downstairs. You're extrapolating from an unknown to come up with, theories that you can't go back and prove because you started with an unknown.
Here. the top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user is looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the health data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within the hour.
And then below that, you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So this is further down the screen in the interface, where we can see actual time of 10:17:27, where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28, where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past.
Well, thus far, we have learned that we don't really know. I mean, we sort of think we know how the Apple Watch works, but the Apple Watch is not perfect and can be tricked by a gently sloping hill and driving it. But we are completely extrapolating that Lindsay was at her home and not in the car. So she did walk up flight of stairs. Now we have tracked Lindsay's heart rate throughout the entire day, and now we are analyzing her flights up and down the stairs. What the Commonwealth hopes to prove, other than Lindsay has a generally more ardent, consideration for everyday cardio than them, I don't know. I legitimately could not tell you why this man has been called, other than they're going to try to prove that Lindsay answered a phone call when Patrick was gone, therefore totally not crazy. Legitimately, this is where we're going.
And 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch. This table breaks it down to say which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table showed the 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that data is coming from the watch and some of it is coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27 and an end time of 10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs, and then 1 second.
So, Ian, it does look like the state is getting ready to rest at least their case in chief with this witness. And it does seem like there have been a lot of sidebars, either in the defense starting their case or the Commonwealth needing to wrap up some loose ends, because I have noticed a lot more kind of gaps, but I am not sure what's going on. I am trying to keep tabs on Bob Mata and Ali Mata. Bob is in the court. What he has been able to share, at least as I was able to keep up with him thus far, that none of the jurors that he is observing are taking any notes as Ian was on direct. Even the juror that he's observed taking copious notes. But make of that what you will. He has reported that. But I thought that was interesting. Usually, as a copious note taker, and I have given up taking notes in this case, it generally means that I don't trust you to be giving information to me directly or clearly. Basically, I have taken like 300 pages of notes and it clarifies nothing. So I would wait for the defense to come up before I started taking any notes.
Later, a start time, and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs?
That's correct.
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where where you ignored or
Today, Junior. Holy God, I've never felt like Billy Madison more in my entire life. So, did you, oh gosh, what was the word I was thinking of? Did you make a chart thingy to make these numbers that are all scary and weird looking make sense?
Disregarded the double entries.
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was
The operative word in there is tried. You didn't say you diligently made sure and double checked that no duplicates were in there. You, in fact, admitted to a mistake, a typo, a miscalculation being in your report. So you saying the word tried does not engender confidence in anyone.
recorded on the watch and the phone. Rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would ignore one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom of page 7 of your report.
Correct.
Going to page 8 of your report, we have here at the top of page 8, does that show the last flight climb recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch at 17:03 and 17:33.
So these records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs, and then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m. and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the 2 flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way that Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case,
So what you're telling me is that Apple doesn't even record an accurate time. It in fact tries to AI learn, amalgamate patterns together, not giving you an accurate read per se, but again, by computer magic not known to you, proprietary and in fact secret, you don't know how they do it, and yet you figured that they just group it in a way that math and stuff. Again, what about your job is accurate? And I mean more in the health data, because I do accept that they can accurately record text messages, if not websites searched, and geolocation. But what about this health data? Is it all, to be considered accurate when you don't know the proprietary underlying code? And you don't know how Apple groups things, and you don't know how they amalgamate things within their own data, but you have decided that even though, because you admitted in your earlier testimony that you cannot find a cohesive pattern between how Apple even, takes the heart rate from its watch. You cannot find a cohesive pattern, and yet you have made a cohesive pattern out of something that you said has no cohesive pattern. Do you see where I'm going with this?
it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34 and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor, and then still with my phone in my pocket go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10 minutes, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case, and then provided.
But you said by your own testimony that you didn't ask for specific information about the case. So how could you ascertain what was important to the prosecutors or not? Again, do not play with someone who finds plot holes in everything, because I remember what you said. And how, if you say you go in with the least amount of knowledge, do you want to revise that statement? Because how in the hell did you know what was relevant in those 1,300 pullouts? So exactly what data did you have? What were you told to look for? What were you asked to cherry pick?
The 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And
Oh my God, you remind me of an appendix. That's what you are, ancillary and somewhat anathema to human evolution.
going to page 12 of your report. Looks like you started here on January 10th, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred on each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction. Is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the web page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023, at 19:48, so that would be 7:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search. In the title, it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title? Is that what the user is putting into the search?
If I could see the search, please.
I'll zoom in on that.
I mean, it sounds like a total nefarious thing to search. I mean, it does sound nefarious. How dare this woman look up the medication she was being given, like, from a Pez dispenser? How dare she be an informed patient advocating for herself? Pretty manipulative, if you ask me. Obvious sarcasm is obvious.
Yeah, so the top entry here we can see starts with https://www.google.com/search ?Q. The text after the Q, how quickly does Wellbutrin work, is what the user searched. Typically, that is exactly as the user.
Okay, being that I can read at a pretty quick pace, none of those looked suspicious to me. As a person who's been prescribed multiple meds that went from a person who just took Tylenol to a person who was on some pretty strong meds, I looked up everything. I searched everything. I searched, does feeling disembodied, is this normal? Will it go away? I mean, if we are going to search histories of drug interactions, I am snipe, we're screwed. Legitimately, how does this make Lindsay look bad? I am struggling with reality here. What is the Commonwealth intending to prove here?
Typed it, assuming that there are no auto completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari.
There is that word again, assume. You say you are checks notes, an expert? I know this might not be a UKism, but over here in the colonies, we'd like to say a little ditty about assuming makes an ass out of you and me. Now, I don't know if that's quite across the pond, but it might be one you want to put in your pocket and keep with you.
So there's no auto completion that is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search.
You are a walking SSRI soy jack wojak meme. How the hell do you not know how to say Wellbutrin? I'm sorry, that was mean. In my defense, he has been babbling for over an hour.
Is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the.
Did she just legitimately ask? Like, I am computer stupid. I am computer dumb. And even I would not ask. So like, oh my God, does the user actually put on pluses? Sebastian, I only wish that the Commonwealth had shared their gummies with the rest of the class. I would like to visit their reality one day. Are the colors the same? Is gravity the same? I don't know. I wouldn't want to live there, but maybe to visit.
Attribute, it's how the data is encoded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string, so they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in space marks.
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is.
If she fat fingered, she's evil. She didn't use autocorrect. I knew it was all a game. She misspelled depression. She didn't really have it. Commonwealth? Legitimately, who told you this was a good idea? I would like to have access to the gummies that you have access to, because obviously they are primo, allegedly in Minecraft. Indulge responsibly and, according to your legal statutes.
What the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Elavil for depression, correct?
Correct.
Then on page 16, on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25.
I'm doing math at 2 o'clock.
We have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in.
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
Now, as I said before, there has been recent study and advancement showing the use of, again, highly monitored and in a clinical setting, the use of ketamine infusions for prescription SSRI resistant depression, PTSD. A lot of veterans have found a lot of comfort from it. So my hope is that this new sort of tool that could possibly help with, people really suffering with mental health that haven't gotten any relief from other medications will not be stymied, because it's, it has other sort of recreational, off-label uses as well. And ketamine is more personal to me, not that that's a sound clip that should be good, but it is one of the treatments that is known to be functional and known to be effective for CRPS, but it's not covered by insurance. And thank you, Michelle, Mixed Media Art. I have found myself in full F deficit with the Commonwealth, and I am going big and ridiculous. I am just done. I am pretty much done. Now, I can only speak for myself. I have had several rounds of infusions. Now, I haven't found I found them to be incredibly difficult. I do not like being out of control or kind of not really in control of my thought process. So for me, the infusions were incredibly hard. Uh, but afterwards, I did feel like my mental health was more effectively dealt with than any of the prescriptions I had taken. Now, that's only my personal experience, and please do talk to your doctors and professionals before you take any course of treatment. I'm a weirdo on the internet who likes to play with crafts and stuff, so not medical.
Anything illegal.
Thank you. That's right. Youngest Most Feral reminds you that we recommend you not doing anything illegal. We are firmly against illegality on this channel.
But we watch people get karma. Big time karma.
But if you're going to do crime, karma awaits, apparently. Wisdom from the Youngest Most Feral.
I hate you.
And then on January 19th, 2023, on page 17 of your report, we have symptoms of postpartum psychosis searched on January 19th.
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 AM, there's another search for psychosis symptoms.
The truth. But upon further hindsight and reflection, this might not have been been good, because I do have that tone where sarcasm is not always obvious. This is going to be a problem.
I can't read.
Yes.
Going back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for kids Miralax at 4:02 p.m. and takeout 3V at 4:13 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
That was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m. Strike that, and then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way.
So sorry, I was typing to look up because I am trying to see if any Supreme Court or state court has challenged the health data.
What's the difference between court and Supreme Court?
Can I explain that in just a little bit?
Okay.
Thank you. Remind me and I will explain that later. But I think that it's pretty well been argued that we can trust at least Cellbrite for the location, the call logs, things like that. But I do think that nothing about trusting Cellbrite when we don't know the original formation of the data gathering in Apple products makes me comfortable with the Cellbrite interpretation of the health data, if that makes any sense. And I am shocked. I would be shocked if there haven't been defense challenges.
So as it's written on the 24th,
I think so.
23rd of January, but the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report. What we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. The messages in grey on the left would be incoming.
And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on and on, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
And so in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
On that note, we have bows of discontent and then we have bows of honor. And I do have a couple things when I get my fund money allotment to make a Kevin Reddington bow of honor. We have stayed on the snark side, but I have found many magnifying glasses and Lady Justice, and we are going to pay respect and honor to the newest internet sex symbol that is taking over our timelines, Kevin Reddington. Not the sentence that I thought I would say, but accurate. So there you go. Even JKD Buck got pregnant from Kevin Reddington last week. So a bow of honor is in the making. I just do have to save up more fund money because I kind of went wild with all the beads I currently bought. So just have to wait, until the end of the week. But then Reddington bow is on tap.
Were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone. Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? That's supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient, the end time when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was to or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected, and then a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
Gail, if you guys would like to, I do have my Cash App and Venmo, never required. I do have ads running on this. As much as I would love this to be a semi-profitable tax write-off, I am hoping for this to be a business. So it is what it is, but it's never expected. It's always appreciated. And if it's breadsticks or, if it's ramen noodle money, keep your ramen noodle money. I know how things are. But yeah, if you want to see more bows, Mr. Mo has put me on a budget, which is necessary. Children need to eat, clothing. Given my druthers, we would spend way more on crafts than is humanly appropriate.
And looking at page 28, this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Now, you also, in a section you call media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows captured at South Shore Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How were you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included the latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here, that shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
I'm looking at page 32 of your report. In that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call being made at 5:34 p.m., how does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls.
I don't think so. Maybe this was with the 13, but what the hell, Commonwealth? Like, is the state of Massachusetts on top of like a nexus or a hellmouth? Is there sentient butt dialing? No, so what he's essentially saying, and I could be wrong because he has so thoroughly scrambled my gray matter with nonsense, but what he's saying is somehow on the Apple 13, you could call back a missed call without unlocking your screen. I don't remember being able to do that, but I rarely call people back. I'm more of a text gal, so he could be being honest. I don't know.
So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call. That would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call. And without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
Do you just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
And then what is application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th, you've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16:13:23 until 16:14:50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Again, nothing brings in new information. The state has already contended that this was all part of Lindsay's plan. She sent him on the grand expedition 8 minutes instead of 5 minutes away with a nefarious plan to do all she did. So what revelation was this expert brought here to bring us?
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari, so the mobile.
Again, it hurts me to be reductive to this level, but apparently the Commonwealth's entire point in this is that if you can search websites, if you can receive or take a phone call, then you are not in fact psychotic, even if you are in the middle of hurling yourself out of a second-story window. And I don't mean to be crass or disrespectful in any way, but that's basically at its most reduced what the Commonwealth is saying. If you are able to function beyond a vegetable and you're not drooling in the corner, then you obviously are faking psychosis.
Version of Safari, the internet browser, was on screen, and at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 17:34, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you're in a phone call.
And staying with the same page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. Regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the user's current location, the home address, to a restaurant called 3D.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where PDLX was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
At the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search PDLX, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying PDLX liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment.
At this point, I would be actively organizing a jury walkout. At this point, the Commonwealth has insulted my intelligence as not only a citizen, but as a representative. Oh, and Heidel, thanks. Like I said, I'm not someone that particularly called people back. I never would have even tried it. I would assume that the lock screen means locked. I really don't understand what we're doing here other than wasting time. Is the process the punishment? Did the Commonwealth go into this knowing they probably weren't going to win, but they could emotionally just torture Lindsay? Because that's what it's looking like. It's looking like they came in knowing this case was going to be either very hard to actually put on correctly and with dignity and respect. So they went in knowing that the process was the punishment, because that's what it's beginning to feel like.
The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17:13:16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17:15:12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 5:13 device unlock,
Yes,
5:15 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17:13:16. Safari was closed at 17:14:47. Messaging was opened at 17:14:47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events.
I can imagine. I almost kind of want to download my history on Saturday because I had to take my meds of last resort. So my search history is going to be disjointed, irregular. And again, you didn't look for a baseline when she was, according to all of her family members and everyone around her, at a baseline normal mental health state. So again, you are not comparing any known quantity to another known quantity. You are making an educated guess based on a system you have no insight into the exact operating procedures of.
Happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you had the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up.
So what is your tagline, Commonwealth? If she's fit, you can't acquit. If she was able to climb 2 sets of stairs in under 5 minutes, obviously all guilty.
It was a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb ended.
So where it says 5:33, 34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls have.
If I'm on the jury, I'm trying to discuss a class action lawsuit against emotional distress and gross abuse of public position. Like I'm staging a walkout. I am Sally Field from that one factory movie where she's like, strike. I'm bringing in my own cardboard. Like at this point, I feel so disrespected from the Commonwealth that I don't know if I would be able to overcome that hurdle. The fact that they have lied throughout and shaded and not put on what I would call a truthful or honest case is so damn disrespectful, not only to the courtroom, but to the jury, but to the victims, that I can't imagine them winning over any jury at this point. I mean, unless you had Die Hard, she is all the guilty and you're not going to change your mind. I don't know how you don't feel any sympathy for Lindsay being in that room, hearing her sob. This was an incredible misstep by the Commonwealth. This could have been a battle of the experts, and we could have stipulated to most things. But instead, we did this.
Happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection. All right, that report may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Also, Miss, I'm going to say something. If you would invest in high quality hair tools and hair protectant, you wouldn't have to spend $200 on a new blowout every 3 weeks. But I'm guessing you don't deep condition, you don't do any care for your hair. And that's why you went ahead and had to go spend $300 more on a keratin blowout in Massachusetts, when all it would have taken is a little bit of self-care and a little bit of effort on your own hair, and you wouldn't have had to spend that money. I do it all the time. I know these things.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start here today. This is one of those stops. All right, so we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come right back and we'll return for the cross-examination. Now, it doesn't look like we get any insight into what's happening here.
I will have to go back and look up Bob's kind of texting. He is really good at keeping up to date, but I'm not the greatest at multitasking, keeping up to date on the trial and seeing where things are contemporaneous. Now, I do believe that the defense's digital forensic expert is in the room right now and helping the defense formulate cross-examination questions and or pointing out certain things that he will be disputing in his own testimony. It will be interesting to see if Reddington picks his own digital expert to immediately counter the Commonwealth, or if he goes with a mental health expert.
All right, please, you're entering. Board back to session, you may be seated.
All right, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the call. Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy. All parties present.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Whippen, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or question that I had is that you were talking about in reference to the Apple Health data. Fair to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy or reliability of the act.
Reddington, I love you. I love you. Thank you for talking logic. We need a celebration of logic. Now, this might not be everyone's genre, but I do love a good Lord of the Rings meme. So here we go. This is what the Commonwealth's direct test felt like.
This bag is made of plastic. Use it for as long as you like. However, when it is no longer of use, do not leave it in the countryside of the sea. Dispose of it in a refuse container. The wattled belongs to us all. We must protect eating.
I mean, it does read almost as coherent as the Commonwealth's arguments.
The Apple Health data. You've actually done research on that.
I've done research on it, yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is
Oh, you were the only one doing research. You were the only one that spied a problem. Sure, Ian. Sure, Ian.
back about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is, you guys refer to like a football field.
It was a rugby field, yes.
And then you had somebody put the
Oh my God, we're going full Ted Lasso. Okay, Coach Beard. I'm here for it.
watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it and things of that nature, right?
Correct, it was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now, if someone is wearing an Apple Watch, is that what records heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
Yes.
okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information was actually recorded by the watch while the person was wearing it?
Yes, the information that's recorded within the Apple Health database does specify whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data at, is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. Feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Oh Lord, Ian, you've not been watching the trial. Whenever he says feel free to look at your report. Imagine a career vivisection incoming. He's not giving you the report to help you. He is using it as a tool of your destruction. Oh, this poor Neville Longbottom. You hate to see it happen, but sometimes, kids, this is how you gotta learn.
I just want to get the times down. I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23 and 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout, isn't it? There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until like the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the
But
police.
there's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay.
God, Commonwealth, just when I think you can't limbo under, well, the bar of competency, you just go right on under. You had your expert witness come on, and you didn't have him search or search up to when the phone went into police custody. What would you say you do here, actually? I mean, I legitimately don't want to laugh, but this is so damn ridiculous. We are in a court trial where the lead investigator, and I believe if you count them, up to 25 investigators failed to open a nightstand drawer, and now this. Why? Why?
Well, so 5:23 p.m., the watch stopped recording information. 5:38 p.m., both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls. if
Okay,
there
so
were any.
when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 p.m., right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean, there's a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone, after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock p.m., right?
Purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down, the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever. You
Correct.
just don't know, right?
Yes.
One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on
It is very curious that they didn't mention the location data and had us assume that the phone and the watch were in the house.
August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies. August 23rd, 2022.
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And
Oh, hoisted by your own blog. It's not quite as eloquent as hoisted by your own petard, but you have a blog. Not even a Substack. Even our favorite unintentional, unironic comedian has a Substack. Whiffin, get with the times. Dear Lord.
You aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise,
Jen, actually, this is quite interesting. So I don't know if the state will let him get away with this, but he's actually bringing up information that wasn't gone over in direct. He's actually bringing up the location data that basically proves that Lindsay Clancy was probably not the one looking up self-deletion in August, that was Patrick Clancy looking up a particular music artist that had unfortunately taken his own life. So it will be interesting to see if the Commonwealth objects, but it is very skillful that he's basically cornering Mr. Whiffen by his own published work, not publicated, that's not a word, published work to again corner him into, making sure that it is understood that Lindsay's phone and Lindsay were at the doctor's office, so it's probably not possible that she was on a laptop looking up a country music singer who had passed. I believe he was country. I could be wrong.
it's just a doctor's. That's all. You were talking earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
So just to, you're familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says or what that means?
And just because it is raining so hard, you might be able to hear it. Just a little reminder, if you're in the Midwest or in low-lying areas, do be safe, do be careful. Don't try to go through standing water. I have unfortunately seen more headlines popping up in my locality of people testing first responders, trying to go through standing water. So do be aware that we are in for more rain. And if you are already in a heavily waterlogged area, just use common sense and let younger drivers around you know how dangerous going through standing water can be. Not to be a broken record, but I don't want to have to report on anyone not going home to their families.
Created time
Yeah.
of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay. Thank you. This here you're familiar with too as well, right? The geo data with the latitude and the longitude?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude, to be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay, head off of this one.
Any objection?
No objections.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
267.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned Digital Forensic Report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay?
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches,
I have a different page 11.
different page.
So, Gail, what Reddington is trying to prove right now is kind of going back to clean up an assertion that the Commonwealth has made. Now, it is interesting because the Commonwealth has every right to object to this because it's not in the scope of direct. They didn't ask him any geolocation or location data questions. But what it does do is it forces the state's expert to agree that generally location data is accurate. Now, he is trying to weasel through this, but basically, in the one self-deletion search that was found on the computers that were down in the basement that both belonged to Patrick, Patrick claimed that he was the one that did the search for that particular article and subject. The Commonwealth has claimed that Lindsay was only 3 minutes away and she could have done it as soon as she got home. So her being tagged and her phone being located at the doctor's office is not exactly an out, according to the Commonwealth. Now, Reddington is using their own expert to counter that, to say, all things being equal and the Canton Triangle not being a thing in this case, she was most likely at the doctor's office and not making those computer searches.
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report number 1.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And we only definitely different rules if you're first responder or you are the one protecting people. Obviously, you guys have to make those really calculated risks. But for the lay civilian, for me, I would not recommend making a calculated risk. But fair point, there are certain people that just have to. I just I just don't want anyone else to lose a family member. If I can remind people to just, hey, remind your teenagers, remind your young drivers. I just don't want anyone to not go home.
Okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted in February that just had a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay. So basically, there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can go by, you have the revised and I have the old. Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me, and the jurors again would be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at it says 14:55. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
12:14 a.m. Yes.
All right, and then 19:11, which would be at 7:11 in the morning.
7:11 p.m.
Oh, PM. Okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 2032, which would be 8:32 p.m.
Jen the Couch Fairy, I think the Commonwealth wanted to include it to prove that Lindsay had been planning this for a while, that it started in August. So again, this is the Commonwealth's theory. Her deterioration from like November to January was a product of her researching all of this and being able to play act. It wasn't a real deterioration. So the Commonwealth wants you to extrapolate from a random search on Patrick's computer, which he testified that he was the one that searched it. No, he is in fact lying on the stand. He's covering for Lindsay. Lindsay searched it out while she was simultaneously at the doctor's office. I don't know what the Commonwealth's case is anymore. Is the long and short of it.
Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used the cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. If we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say, randomly, page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948?
Yeah.
Yes,
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone. On that particular date, chronologically, would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines. Suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple note council asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, because counsel asked you if there were modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know, what was modified in it?
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yeah.
And there was a few essentially spell check or spelling differences as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier versions of the note, it's a snippet. It's essentially two sentences, and the rest of it is it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent from Lindsay's phone to, it looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
I believe the first few pages are sent to Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the
and
blue
gray
messages
would
are
be
outgoing.
what? The response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen, a box of Cheerios apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's the Lindsay phone responds with a picture of a little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay. So are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay. And then what was her response?
Initially, it was just a photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right. Can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be on January 24th, 2023. And it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, you can even look in your report. This is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman and the text about, it looks like a nice day, hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there's a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in
Okay.
a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman and the mummy text. The last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready.
Oh, yes, that's the one
Okay.
from,
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
Correct.
Or someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
and that was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning, cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say?
Cutie.
And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Like a little hat thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yes, she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with the kidneys. Phew.
So that she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like, whew, something like that, right?
That's how I read it.
H-E-W?
Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29.
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She responds with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. Basically, they basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you can recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be the just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, that offer this, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
268.
Then, Mr. Whiffen, you also had report number 4, which would be the digital record for Patrick Clancy's
I did.
computer. That offer that, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
269.
All right,
And
thank
then
you.
finally, report number 5 says Surface Pro laptop belonging to Patrick Clancy.
Yes.
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
Correct.
What offer this?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
207.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to. Well, I'm just going to answer it. I'm not going to go. No problem. This says extraction report, Apple iPhone. You recognize that?
Yes, I didn't create it, but I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Celebrate report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct? Yeah, you can look at whatever you want, yeah, of course.
Yes, this is a report generated by physical analyzer, Celebrate tool of the device.
Okay. Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history. I just grabbed that random. January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library.
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be? On that date, which is January 24th.
It'll be 9:35 local time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, what is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and it talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance travel.
Yes.
Okay. And for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47
Yes.
meters or feet.
Meters.
Okay. So is that information that is coming off a cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed
Right,
as
so-
one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there is coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data is coming from Celebrate, right?
Correct.
Celebrate is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I think so.
I mean, you work with them, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body, and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
As I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the phone.
How do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to from the watch to the phone.
Okay, so I'm handing you Is that an Apple Watch?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized, have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before.
Commonwealth, what would you say you're doing here? Well, Granny Smith, Tech Talk is boring, but apparently we're going to have to go back because holy crap. Basically, there were items and movements logged while Lindsay was in a coma that the Commonwealth has been using to prove that Lindsay was running up and down stairs. At least from what I'm gathering, I do need to go back. Basically, they have shown us their entire hand. They have shown us the web searches and other things that Lindsay did that to me read like a patient who is trying to be an intelligent and informed, advocate of her own care. Those searches don't read any different than searches I have done. But I do need to go back because I did sort of start drifting out and there is something important here. So
Information that is coming off a cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed
Right,
as
so-
one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there, it's coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data's coming from Celebrate, right?
Correct.
And Celebrate is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work with it, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff.
Oh, burn. This is God's gift of cell phone searches. And you also created a tool. This is as close as you're going to get to a professional calling someone a useless tool in court. I hope you enjoy it. I know I am. Reddington, just when I think I can't love you anymore.
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the phone.
How do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to from the watch to the phone.
Okay, so I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized, have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case with the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Where is Sarah McLaughlin? I feel like we need the sad SP or PCA music in the background. Like for just pennies a day, you can keep Mr. Whiffen from that long, walk to the Green Mile for the pound. Please keep useless IT guys, doing what they do. It's up to all of us to support them.
Go ahead, Judge.
All right, no, I just can't. I can't. I'm sorry. I really cannot with her anymore. Please, God, be done.
Watch or the phone.
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disc envelope in its place.
Yeah, no objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor. So you make reference to 538 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question.
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead, off. We already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, the yard, anywhere, right?
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was...
So your answer is you don't know what, I don't mean to be rude. Your answer is you don't know why, right?
Exactly. I don't know why it wouldn't record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Como?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth rests. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There are some exhibits. I'm sick. I believe they're by agreement,
Yeah, I agree.
and then we would rest.
All right.
We have the Tewksbury Hospital records, 2 discs.
To which I must honestly ask, did you even start? But I do love the Helena Bonham Carter kind of Sweeney Todd look I have going on. It does match the hair mood. Like, this case has created whatever curl and chaos is going on in my hair. Legitimately, I do think that it has pushed me over like the Sweeney Todd edge. I've just gone full Tim Burton. I have embraced my inner Helena Bonham Carter. Uh, you know, just without the fabulous wardrobe. Dang it. Oh crap. Back to court.
Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript. Quinnipiac transcript.
Who was that?
Quinnipiac transcript. 74. And then
Yeah, basically, look, I don't have a lot of beauty tips, but if you have any curl to your hair and it is a humid day, embrace it, pin it up, let a couple curly cues down. It's about as good as it's going to get, at least in my experience. Like actual hair professionals like Megan may have tips and tricks. I am very new in my girl hair journey beyond coloring. So I can only tell you what I do, which is give up and just pretend that it's curly naturally.
employment records from Mass General Hospital. 75. We rest.
All right, with that, the Commonwealth rests. All right, so, members of the jury, as you heard from Teresa Baker, the Commonwealth has rested. All right, so at this point, I've got to address some matters with the attorneys. So I'm gonna, it's another one of those stops, we're gonna take a stop at this point, have you go back to the jury room, to address a few things with the attorneys, and then we'll bring you right back in, okay?
All right, please, Drew. Thanks.
Now, heads up, the first witness for the defense is going to be Lindsay's sister. And according to what I've kind of read ahead, the Commonwealth is going to cross her. Now, she's going to give us insight into maybe more accurately what a close friend, what a family member would have been seeing. And not that Patrick didn't attempt to give that, but I do think he was dealing with a large amount of caretaker burnout and obvious trauma. So it might not have come across as and to be very fair and objective, I do think that Patrick came across as aloof and detached, but I think that was for survival. I couldn't imagine waking up every day with the reality that my kiddos are gone. So I don't know how I would present or react. But I objectively see the point that some people are making that he did seem detached and, you know, kind of disconnected. But he was also on stand for the Commonwealth. So it really does, I think I am beyond befuddled at the TikTok interpretation of this case. That being said, I don't go on TikTok. So if there are good content creators over there that are covering this, it has been overshadowed by the very, very weird things. And look, I haven't dug into it. I know that there are some things that line up to look like maybe he wasn't faithful. I haven't dug into it. The man's lost 3 kids. I feel ick even having to have watched him on the stand. So I don't know. I'm not going to be digging into it, but I can see where people get that impression. I think now we're going to get basically the defense asking the judge if the Commonwealth has proved anything and if there can be a directed verdict. Now, that's obviously not going to happen because we have a first defense witness, but we could have all wished.
Trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. So the Commonwealth having rested Mr. Reddington, does the defendant have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor, I passed it up to the court. I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's basically a Rule 25. Doesn't have any memoranda with it, but I would argue, and I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston Municipal Court where defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that, brought out on cross-examination from witnesses, that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case, just as they've done here. My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest, does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of where, even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these healthcare providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses, that in fact that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice, forethought, cruelty, and atrocity to second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Lawson, which Brunette Silva cites and is still good law. An SJC case 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, not at the close of the Commonwealth's case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts who testify that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette Silvera. So based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
I don't think I have to object, but I will.
All right. As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is self-employed, she has patients and has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
All right, so the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean's. Do we know if those are in?
I've been inquiring by the clerk if there's been any stats from the clerk's office, and I'm told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean's. They've acknowledged the receipt.
Hold the effing phone. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We are 14 days into this trial that, again, largely hinges on whether Lindsay received adequate care, and we still don't have in the records the actual medical.
So long, I swear.
Well, honey, it's a long case.
It's been like 3 years.
Or 3 weeks, you know. ADHD is a time gap.
I want to hear a new story.
Sweetheart, you know, some days I do too. How is this not a directed verdict? Dear Lord.
We're waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were produced on.
And Jen, that is completely normal. I knew a woman from weekly brunch meeting. Her husband was hit and his life lost by a car. She came to brunch the next day. People cope differently. I think she was trying to make something feel normal. Yeah. I did try to explain to him that this is old people exciting, so it's more talking than action karate chops. He does think we're all a bit weird for watching this as much as we do. He is in fact in awe that anyone follows me. Really, not being PewDiePie. Again, gotta love youngest most feral. If I were ever to grow a locale sized ego, he makes sure that that stays punctured and healthy.
Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call. We're waiting for a return call. I've provided people in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked about doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the.
How did you bring a case without the records to have a proper examination of them? CERN, I swear to God, what the hell have you done in the search for the Higgs boson? I was just getting acclimated to the level of stupid we had last week. I cannot deal with continued exponential inceptions of stupid. I just can't. I must. There must be a limit.
Witness can be done in a voir dire.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We're gonna see if the records come in. All right. The records come in, then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon, great. If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, the parties can get ready. We'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have.
Where is the representative for the hospital that should be getting their ass chewed right now? They were subpoenaed. Are hospitals allowed to tell the Commonwealth to screw off? Because if so, I label myself a hospital, and I identify as a hospital and tell all state and Commonwealth subsidiaries to F off. Again, what is going on here?
Have to do that tomorrow. Okay. All right.
Understood.
Ms. Reddington?
Ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
these jurors entering?
The hospitals, I guess.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial. Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties present, including the defendant, and including the two jurors.
All right. So members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right. So at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes to call any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Thank you. Camp, please, I believe she's right outside.
Now, do be aware that I believe this is going to be Lindsay's sister. So if we need puppy kitten breaks or a moxie break, let me know. I think that Reddington is going to be, gentle with her, but I can't make any promises for the Commonwealth. So while I don't anticipate, this being incredibly emotional testimony until the cross, I anticipate the cross being brutal, unfortunately. I'm not sure if they can be held in contempt, but I would assume that that would be an action.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending before the Commonwealth will be
Hey, good afternoon. I'm going to ask you if you could keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay? Thank you.
I'm just going to say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name.
It's Margaret Ham,
And what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse
Where?
at Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about, what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working at the Mass General between obstetrics and labor and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery.
And this will be really nice because I haven't really gotten a baseline on Lindsay. And what I mean by that is I kind of got Patrick, but for obvious reasons, Patrick was rather flat in how he talked about Lindsay kind of baseline before she had any mental health struggles. So it would be nice to kind of meet the Lindsay before all of this, to kind of get a point of view from her family and friends who maybe are better able to communicate to us how different her personality was, because I think the Commonwealth has done a lot to try to minimize her deterioration, and I think it will be good for the defense to kind of humanize her deterioration with people that knew her before on a professional level. So this is actually a good start, in my opinion, humanizing her and getting sort of a baseline.
Floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your eyes, let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
So about 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan.
Mm-hmm.
In the years that you were working with her, were you able to observe, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby, that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say that was so beautiful. You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up until the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
And thank you, ma'am, Miss Hamp, for testifying. It can't be easy. I'm sure she had to deal with her own mix of emotions and how she felt about what had happened, the loss of the children she had come to know through Lindsay and Patrick. So I appreciate her giving this insight. I know it can't be easy for anyone that's testified, except for Whiffen. I don't really care if his day was really bad because he made everything more confusing.
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together. And often on the night shift, you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things as she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunchboxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then a few months later, she circled back to me to thank me for the gift that I had sent her.
Do you recall an incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Yeah, tell us about that.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old and Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift,
Now, to me, and I am in no way a professional, but this sounds very much like a manifestation of hyper focus, hyper vigilance. And I know that she claimed that she wasn't diagnosed with postpartum after Cora, and there were some struggles after Dawson, I believe. But I wonder if she hasn't always been high strung and somewhat anxious. And I don't mean that as a bad thing. I am. I'm classified by that or like that. But I do wonder if she's been struggling with mental health maybe longer than she's cared to really admit. And you have to be very real with your clinician with your struggles. So I do wonder about whether she was maybe struggling with more anxiety and kind of hypervigilance in her everyday life baseline than she cared to admit.
shift. Is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
Mandy, I am not sure exactly what justice looks like in this case. I can see, hey, we keep political stuff out. I'm just going to remove that, but you are free to put, I'm a messenger. You can put anything else. We just, no politics in here. That being said, I don't know if it looks like a mental health institution. I don't know if it looks like prison time. I don't know what justice looks like. And the case I hope we were going to see would be one where experts would kind of give us a guideline and we would know where to make the just and right call. But we haven't here. And I think what justice looks like in this case is going to look a bit different for each of us. And the jury, I don't envy the jury to have to come up with whatever they come up with at the end of the day.
Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Miss Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that
No
the police
worries.
responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with leave on Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training. Yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms.
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before.
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things.
Except for, now here is where the Commonwealth is trying to thread two needles that I don't think make sense. The defense has already established that if bipolar is a consideration, then Zoloft would be, while safe for pregnant women and in a depression's, kind of diagnosis, that it would be counterindicated by bipolar. So yes, while you do have to be medication compliant if you are bipolar, if you are taking a medicine that is contraindicated for it, I don't understand the point that the Commonwealth is trying to make. Not only that, but she wasn't only on Zoloft and she wasn't only on this. Commonwealth, make anything make sense.
Things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Rankin?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, how could a mother hurt her children?
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Como?
No.
All right, let me sit down. Thank you. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Elizabeth, please.
Objectively, I don't know. This witness gives us some insight, but the fact that she wasn't in Lindsay's close inner circle, it does give us some insight to how she was attached to her children, how hard it was for her to go back to work. But I don't know what else we really got from her.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, Allison. Last name is Ozga.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lindsay's my sister.
And can you tell us, are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes,
And you talk on the phone, do you?
occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2022. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes,
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in Lindsay's personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving,
Now, this will be interesting testimony because she is professionally, Allison, a licensed social worker. So she is a mandated reporter, I believe, in this locality or in her own locality. So it will be interesting to see if anything she noted rose to any sign of something she would report in her professional capacity and what level of concern she had, because it is a double-edged sword. If even within her own family, there was, a clinician who didn't realize how bad she was, there might be something in there that the hospitals can use.
her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December around the holiday season if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling. And I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself and perhaps a little bit thereafter that you spoke with her and that she indicated basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time.
Fair point, Snipe, because I didn't think of that. I wonder if her knowing she was going to treatment would have kept her from reporting. Because honestly, if I were a professional and this isn't my patient, I don't want to overstep, professional bounds and basically overtake a patient that isn't part of my workload, especially with the patient being someone I'm related to. Generally, there are ethical guidelines and restrictions about treatment or operating or practicing medicine on your own family.
She was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication? And if so, what effect did they have on her?
So the first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down.
JKD Buck, the sister, according to reporting from Defense Diaries that I'm trying to keep up with, it seems like she's a licensed social worker. Now, I don't know where that puts her on the hierarchy of mental health. And what her licensure entails in the state of Massachusetts, because there are different, levels of care and standards that might be required by different licensures. But I do think the Commonwealth is going to make the point that she didn't see anything that rose to the level of report. But I do think that the defense is going to be able to come right back with the point that Snipe made, which she was under other clinicians' care. So she might not have felt as though it was this, she was without care and this needed to be reported so she could get immediate treatment. So that was a perspective I hadn't thought of. So I think that reads normal, but I do think the Commonwealth will assert at least something along those lines and cross.
She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel. Okay. Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up until this point, you would observe her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously, she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through.
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter, but she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality?
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed.
not paralegal advice. I am channeling my inner Helena Bottom Carter. Honestly, this trial has gone full Sweeney Todd at this point. I cannot make heads or tails of the Commonwealth's ever-changing narrative of just interchangeable plot lines. But we are at least on the defense's case in chief. There is relief. There is common sense. It's coming.
Asked.
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in the car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would allow you to visit with her?
Yes.
How long, if you know?
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And where does your mother and father live?
In Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023 up until now, 2026, where has your mother and father been living?
My parents have been spending the majority of their time up here in Massachusetts.
Why?
So that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that on a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel, or where were they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire. Come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you that she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
I can't recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
So you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
What part of masking do you not get as mental health awareness? The lack of even sensitivity or the growth from sort of these 1950 caricatures of what mental health is so disheartening from the Commonwealth. And thanks for sharing your insight, Snipe. The reason I have decided to start sharing about masking and everything else is because I've been doing it for 42 years. And I didn't realize to the extent to which I'd been doing it my entire life. But it is exhausting. And part of it is protection, part of it is survival, and part of it is just not having the tools to be able to maybe effectively communicate what we need. And there's a long process that comes from admitting that maybe you are struggling more than you wanted to admit. And it's just the lack of genuine compassion for mental health here is palatable almost for the Commonwealth. It's just, if you don't, meet the archaic 50s, stereotype of what mental health looked like, then you don't qualify and you're faking it. And it's a really sad attitude to see from two relatively young women. And whether it's the party line, the Commonwealth line, the fact that they're co-signing it by representing it and presenting it every day is still all the sadder if they don't believe in any of it.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that,
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what she said in the earlier statement. Had you cottoned on to that, you wouldn't be looking like a dumbass asking obvious questions. But basically, whenever she said spoke, insert text message because she's a text message girly. She's not a phone call girly. But yes, if you had been able to extrapolate from context clues anything like a coherent question, your job would be much easier.
text message, she seemed fine.
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages. Is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text.
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
So there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray?
Oh, yeah, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me step down.
I would call Paula Musgrove, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to remind you, like I remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you could keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, Paulamusgrove.
If you guys need a moxie break or a puppy kitten break, this is going to be the grandmother of the victims and Lindsay's mother. So this is probably going to be heartbreaking testimony.
E.
And Mrs. Musgrove, fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother?
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
And your husband is here as well in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes.
You've been here for every day for the trial, is that correct?
Yes.
I just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student. Very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And obviously, you knew when they got married, when they were dating and things of that
Yes.
nature, right? Went to the wedding, obviously.
Yes.
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat?
Yes.
And you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I love my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now,
all right, well, screw it. I need a moxie break.
Oh yeah, I take it down a minute and a half. Yeah, when the dark gets long and the tea is hot, and the emotions piled are quite a lot. When the state says boom and defense says pass, that's when I call my mini ass so classy and sass. Woo! perfume. She's pocket-sized but bold of heart, a fluffy illegal work of art. From board down woes to verdict day, she snacks on hay and leads the way. Oh, Moxie, queen of the pasture class, small but ruling the law to grass. When the timeline spirals and takes get funky, there's peace in a steadfast mini donkey. Clip clop, courage, fluffy and spunky. All hail the emotional support as Moxie. Oh.
All right, you guys, buckle in. If you have your hillbilly toilet paper Kleenex or your regular bougie Kleenex, but also, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, you guys, these are heavy, heavy things that we all carry. And if it's getting too much, I don't want to view over your mental health. We're all just humans trying to survive this life. And if we got to take a step away, that's okay. So just be mindful of that. You are in charge of the feed here. If you guys need to take a break, I can fill you in tomorrow. I can't even do breakdowns on this trial. I have to step away basically as soon as I end the feed. So I can give you a quick rundown. I can be delicate. So that's my job. I'm here to do it. If you need to take a break, I can give you the lowdown tomorrow.
Did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Calvin.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Calvin was born. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the second week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she was
Well, just to remind you guys that this is the defense's case in chief. So unfortunately, he is having to call these witnesses to give us kind of a baseline of what Lindsay looked like before her mental health became an issue. Again, this was all something that could have been stipulated and we could have just had professionals. So yeah, still it's on the Commonwealth, but anyone else want to move to Mars after this?
had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages, but I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, what we have for this thing.
Depends which side of the Anunnaki were real debate you fall on, because Mars could either be a nascent base of the genetic ancestors that gave life to, life on Earth through a weird amalgamation of the Anunnaki and panspermia, or it's just a rock that is out there and maybe supports microbial life. It is kind of a 1 or 20 roll, to be honest with you.
676.
Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes,
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Kelsey, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Now, call me crazy, and I understand how intricate and observant you have to be a mental health clinician. But the fact that Lindsay was afraid to be alone, the fact that she didn't trust herself, why wasn't that a sign that anyone was looking for? And I know I'm Monday morning quarterbacking it. I guess if wait, wrong button. Having been there as a mom, a new mom, a young mom, being afraid to be alone with your child is an incredibly scary place. If a mom reached out, or a dad or a new parent of any flavor or variety and says, I'm scared to be alone with my kiddo, let's treat it like the emergency it is. Let's get them help and support, because that is obviously a cry for help. And thank you so much.
You want to write off this?
Objection.
I-
It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for?
I think that might be a function of our sweet Kevin Reddington not being as adept with technology as he would hope. Go at your own pace. This is hard. My heart breaks, not only as a mom for this mom who saw her daughter. She nearly lost her daughter. Whatever you think of Lindsay personally, and I get that there are some people who will never be able to see past what she did. I thought I was going to be one of those people. But this woman on stand has lived through a hell I can't comprehend. To lose all of her grandchildren, to not know if she was going to lose her daughter, and to essentially see her daughter fade away in front of her for months and not be able to help. My heart breaks for her.
For identification. Is that text within the,
I'd rather have
trust?
it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the,
Do you want a little thing? Can I just stop the board?
no, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just offered.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point?
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working. So he came later.
I never asked. What did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography,
What kind of photography?
school picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures when you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
JKD, maybe refresh. I know that with the storm scrolling through, while I show that I have full power, it might be, this is the extent of my tech skills. It might be just a refresh on your thing, but you're a smart cookie, so you've already probably tried refresh. So maybe pull out the big guns and restart the computer. I wish I had more tech support. May the odds be ever in your favor. I need an IT goatee of my own. I feel bad for giving Brad that particular moniker. But he seems to have embraced it. So thank goodness it was taken in the admiration in which it was intended, at my distinct awe of anyone that understands computers and can commune with them without wanting to go full office space. Okay, let's get back into this testimony. Again, gentle reminder, take a break if you need to. I can recap this for you. This is probably going to be incredibly rough, so be mindful.
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes. I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve. And then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family. And then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay. And the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January?
Yes, JKD Buck. I have been infecting the algorithm for longer than I have been aware. IT goatee, tuft of justice, Walmart rapture, what in the Canadian heroin swap meet. The amount of random words that my brain amalgamates together to create phrases is epic and longer than the Silmarillion plus the appendices, which is saying something. Tolkien, you are a legend. Mine doesn't resemble Welsh at all.
Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't.
Y'all, this one is hitting me harder because, and maybe it's because my two oldest girls are getting ready to go to college, and the scariest, most terrifying thing is that you're basically sending your heart out into a world that is mean and cruel and doesn't love your kiddos the way you do. And I can't imagine, my daughter, my adult daughter, coming to me basically in tears with everything she's ever wanted, these kids, and how much she wanted these children and how much this is the culmination of all her dreams, and she is falling apart right in front of you. The absolute special circle of hell that has to be, I can't imagine. And then to have it end up the way it did. The fact that this woman is up on the witness stand wearing a bra, I am in awe. I am in awe. She is still here fighting for her daughter. And whether you like Lindsay, don't like her, that's what a mom does. And if a mom saying that she's listening to her daughter say, "I am terrified to be alone. I am not myself." If you don't think that's getting to the jury, usually I find myself quite stoic. I generally, it kind of can compartmentalize my feelings, but this is probably, apart from the experts, maybe one of the more pivotal witnesses in my opinion. Now, I do think that a logical and fair jury is going to, question and weigh that this is a mom. I think anyone, that's trying to do a good job as a juror is going to do that. But she's reading is incredibly, incredibly honest to me, and just heartbreaking. But I believe Reddington is doing a good job in getting out what he has to without being torturous, without dragging anything out, and being as gentle as he can in the situation. And I think that's a really tough thing to do. I am not sure. And Granny Smith, God bless you. My 41-year-old daughter is just a couple weeks away from an oops baby. I'm going to be very diligent about her mental health, more now than ever before. If I could give her some advice from me, gracefully accept help. Rest and just enjoy your baby. Don't worry about the laundry and everything else. It will sort itself out. But if I could look back and do anything differently with all of my kiddos, I would more graciously accept help and not pretend that I was okay. And it is a two-way street, for those of us that mask, learning to be okay and comfortable asking for help and receiving it graciously is, stuff that we have to do on our end. But God bless the moms that drop everything when us kiddos say we're not safe, we're not good, and they just drop everything. Because this is a mom like that, and we need moms like that in the world.
She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall at the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick, and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back.
Good on this, Judge. We are going to take a puppy kitten break. And as much as this judge has pissed me off allowing the Commonwealth, which they are by statute allowed to go just beyond a certain point. Now, the Supreme Court has dinged this particular judge for a very similar case in which he allowed the Commonwealth to basically bring in every single thing like they have on the Lindsay Clancy case. Now, the statute does allow the Commonwealth to run their case however they want. However, it is with the implicit understanding that the judge is supposed to be a referee, and he is supposed to keep out cumulative and prejudicial evidence. So it will be interesting to see if this goes poorly for the defense. I do believe there has been speculation by actual lawyers that this is already a potential grounds for an appeal because he has already been dinged on it before. But let's get a puppy kitten break in here.
When the world feels like a dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive, take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to a land where tails wag and play. No more noise, just gentle muse in our furry four-legged cruise.
And an Easter egg for those of you that are new here, the puppy kitten break involves a prominent cat behind, which I thought was just irreverent enough to make me smile every time I had to hit a spot where I wanted to do a puppy kitten break. Okay, are we ever coming back? Oh no, don't tell me we're on time. Well, we are running behind. Let me see if there's anything up as far as defense diaries as to why we're about 13 minutes behind. According to reporting online, new to my jury list, quote unquote, grandma head down, writing furiously as Lindsay Clancy's mom talks about the joy of being a grandmother. It does, I'm not seeing anything as far as why we are delayed. But I haven't refreshed in a couple seconds. Yeah, we're caught up. Yeah, okay. I was just seeing if maybe Defense Diaries has anything as far as why we're delayed. Now, this is not unusual for Massachusetts Commonwealth cases to be a bit behind. They seem to work on, like, I don't know, like reverse Spanish banking hours with built-in 10-hour work week? I don't know. And yes, that's a gross exaggeration of the actual work week, or under exaggeration of the actual work week in Spain. Suffice it to say, my strictly puritanical Catholic upraising does not understand the Spanish mindset. I would love to embrace it. I would love to embrace like the sleep until noon, stay up until 9, and take a nap in between. I physically think that my body would not function with that much relaxation, which is a sad thing to say. I can't stay up that late, and I'm too much of an early bird. I would basically rule the country by dint of waking up at 4 AM and having taken over all the government offices by 8. I mean, and I don't even know how to work Word. Just when we thought they were back again. I don't know what's possibly controversial that they would be having sidebars unless, the only thing I could think of is that the defense's witness that they wanted to voir dire is getting pissed off at constantly having to cancel on patients and is demanding to be voir dired now, or the records have come over, or anyone can explain to me how we can have a trial predicated on records that have not yet been turned in, that have been subpoenaed by a hospital that is implicated in well, at least negligence. What is Massachusetts? Jen the Couch Fairy, it seems very lovely, though. I don't know that anyone dies of a heart attack in Spain, and yes, this is probably a gross American exaggeration, uh, but I would love to be that relaxed and just that, "Ooh." Oh, I keep wanting to fast forward. And I can't. This is hell.
O'Brien, please, yours.
Now, I'm going to be very transparent with you guys. If we get to the Commonwealth's Cross and it is awful, we are going to call it a day. I didn't get the best of sleep, and it looks like we're getting another round of storms tomorrow, possibly. Dear Lord. But basically, I cannot handle them being ridiculous butt monkeys to this woman at the end of the day. So Jen the Couch Fairy, I believe that is a memory box of Lindsay's. It seems like one of her ways of dealing with her mental health state was to have positive mementos of each of the kids, like just positive things that she kept to try to keep her feeling connected to her kids. So I believe that's one of the items of evidence that the police didn't gather, but I think that the defense might have brought in to indicate that before all of this mental health issue, she loved her children incredibly. Whatever you believe about the events of that January night, I think what the defense is is going to be bringing in is to prove that Lindsay was a devoted mother. Now, I believe the Commonwealth and the defense are going to disagree about what happened and what caused this change. But I do believe that those might be mementos of a better or more mentally healthy Lindsay. I have had questions about why they were on the table, but I think Reddington is very old school, and the amount of discovery he has, I mean, all of those files, he had, you know, hospital files this big. Uh, so I do understand that it does seem optically out of place. It has been jarring for me, but I maybe it gives comfort to Lindsay. I don't know.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now,
I have not called you the C word today, because I've been trying to keep positivity and light and holiness and hydration going. But ma'am, I swear to goodness, if you are an unholy heathen to this woman, may the odds be ever in your favor, because the internet surely will not be, and a vanishingly small minority of those that are still pro you are I would think going to be pissed if you fumble this worse than Angel Reese. So may the odds be ever in your favor. But I have refrained from calling you the C word today. Uh, we're after 3 hours in. May the odds be ever in your favor.
you testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably early, maybe earlier rather than mid-December, but I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Now I am torn, because these are questions that I'm sure anyone would ask. But she is not asking them to be reasonable. She is asking to hurt this woman. And if you don't think that this woman has spent every day wondering why they didn't bundle Lindsay up and take her to her home and keep her until she was safe, this is such the wrong approach. She should have said, "I am sorry for your loss. No further questions." Whatever she is hoping to gain from this is going to be lost in the fact that it looks fucking awful.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
And you were asked about some text messages in October, and those are now an exhibit, I believe. Exhibit 276. And so you talked about the text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom. Would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work?" And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful. Just a thought. Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said I can come and help out?
Yes.
And then after that, that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." Remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time.
I for the life of me, there is no strategic gain you get from this. This is a woman who has walked through trauma. She is not going to remember things exactly correct. And to go pedantically like Daryl Brooke through her police reports is not only asinine, but ham-fisted and cunty.
Time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so you would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then.
Here you go, you can look at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so prosecution, explain this to me. You seem to be very, very put off that we are getting your optics all wrong, and yet you continue to want to batter very sympathetic witnesses for pedantic, asinine reasons that really amount to nothing for your case. So again, please explain to it how it's our fault that we're interpreting you as morally deficient Mrs. Trunchbulls who just get off, have a weird fetish for emotional pain and sadism. How is it our misinterpretation of how you're running this case when you had the option to, again, just treat this woman as a grieving grandmother and mother and say, "I am sorry for your loss, no further questions"? But you're gonna go over here and say, "Well, your daughter said she was fine, and how dare you not, commit her? It's really your fault." And if you don't think those didn't land exactly like she wanted those to, as barbs and as accusations, no matter how Disney princess her voice was, y at this point, you cannot convince me that this isn't some sort of sadistic fetish for the prosecutors.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
Correct.
You have this page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be marked.
277.
Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason I believe she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
You mentioned that in January, you saw her and she.
At the same time, and look, I make this plea all the time, but check in on one another. I don't think anyone had on their bingo card that Perez Hilton was going to have a mental decomposition or just a mental health crisis on TikTok. I don't think anyone went to sleep this weekend and thought that the world would be without Hayden Panettiere, this Monday. People can deteriorate so quickly. It can be fast and terrifying, and it can be slow and hardly noticeable. That's the unfortunate thing about mental health is it presents differently in every person. Rowan, let's see. I've been spotty following this case. I had someone ask me yesterday if I was following it, and they said something like it was looking like the husband. Rowan, that is for a very special, dumb portion of TikTok. Now, optically and objectively, has Patrick presented both on stand and in his personal life as doing some things that people are having a little bit of a problem with? Yes. There have been allegations that there might have been an affair. I have not dug into those. There were allegations of him doing all this, setting her up. No, she has essentially pled guilty. For all intents and purposes, she has made an affirmative defense, kind of like you would have to do in a self-defense case. So she is basically admitting to what she did, but she had a mental disease or defect. The wording's a bit different in Massachusetts. So while I understand that what I perceived as aloofness and just basically numbness to trauma, a lot of people interpreted as Patrick being very unaware of what was going on in his own home. But I have to imagine that he hasn't, besides involuntarily when his brain brings up memories without his will. I don't know that what we are seeing is not a man who's just had his soul torn apart or other things. And in light of the hell he's already lived, I haven't wanted to delve deeper into it. But to be as objective and fair as possible, he did get married very quickly and to a woman who very much looks like Lindsay. Now, everyone has a type, so I try not to judge by that. But to a certain type of mind and people that don't understand speculation versus real trials, uh, it is fertile ground for conspiracy theory.
She lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were again back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages.
And I think not a lot of and look, I'm not a men's rights person. I believe that men should also be valued for the input that they put in a relationship. And Patrick at that time was dealing with 3 little children, essentially a newborn who wasn't sleeping through the night, a wife who was decompensating, and they had gone, and I know they were in a comfortable position. So I'm not blind to the fact that she was economically blessed in a way that not everyone is. But he had essentially gone from a 2-income house that he had planned on, doing things, to a 1-income house and a wife who was decompensating quickly. And the caretaker burnout is real. not having the tools to understand what was going on and the severity of it, especially when they were told by professionals uh, that, she was not at a warning stage or at an intake to an inpatient facility, level. Basically, yes, run. No evidence, just a lot of speculation by people who really haven't been covering the case and unfortunately don't realize that at the bottom of this, or maybe they forget in the conspiracy of it, that these are real people's lives. These are real speculations and real damaging, thoughts. This isn't a game. This isn't Clue. This isn't, a reality television show that's scripted. These are real human tragedies. And I know I say this as a person who has on the, Helena Bonham Carter level pink weirdness on my head. But there is a certain sensitivity and respect and, a bit of a reverence and humor to keep us going that you need to strike with these trials. And rampant speculation doesn't help anything as far as I'm concerned.
Messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you. So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023. So the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, !" I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
Looking at page 28, and there's a text from Lindsay on January 7th, 2023 at 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, "Make it home okay," and you said, "Yep." Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, "Good, going to the Science Museum." You say, "Great, that will be fun. Sleep good last night." And she said, "I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good." Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the Science Museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30.
I believe Patrick is in some sort of computer tech consultancy. He did kind of explain it at the beginning of his testimony, and I don't know where he found his new wife. That was kind of a line of inquiry I didn't check into. I know there have been other people kind of going on kind of tangents with that, but I haven't looked into it.
Does that refresh your memory?
That's what the text says, yes.
I believe it's
And
been
then
reported
on-
she's a doctor, but I couldn't be. I could be, like I said, I have kind of steered away from that line of inquiry, but I believe just random intake osmosis through Twitter, or not Twitter, yeah, Twitter, uh, is that she is a doctor, I believe.
Page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun. The kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or texts, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Then on page 39, this is January 10th. You say at 9:48 a.m., "Good morning, how are you doing today?" And Lindsay responded, "Good, at the gym with the kids." You said, "Nice, still sleeping good?" And she responded, "Pretty good, yeah, not perfect, but enough." And you said, "Are you feeling any better during the day?" And she said, "So far, a little bit." They said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, "Okay, a little at a time." Do you remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, "How was your day?" later on in the day. And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children. Yes.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, "How are you feeling today?" And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying, "We have another Mary Lou's fan." And you said, "Decaf looks like he's enjoying it." And then later on, you asked again, "How are you doing today?" And she said, "Hi, Mom, doing all right. Nothing new, really, just taking it day by day." You said, "Still feeling a little better." And she said, "A little bit." You said, "Sleeping okay." She said, "Not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache." Do you remember that?
So again, we text.
And I think this really highlights the gap. I do believe that there was a big misstep in the way that the Commonwealth has, in sort of negating that mental health, in sort of not wanting to give Lindsay any mileage on mental health, they've kind of reduced mental health and the way that mental health presents to a 1950s sort of stereotypical one through flew over the cuckoo's nest, dark ages of mental health. If you don't present, in a corner pulling your own hair, unable to function, catatonic, then you are simply faking it. And I feel like in the way they grossly have misrepresented mental health, it really does cut off any foundation they have to critique the way Lindsay sought help, which I think, could have been one of the more important issues. Or, was she fully compliant? I think that there are questions to be asked there. Was she fully taking the pills as she was supposed to? Was there a fear? Was she not taking all that she was supposed to? Was she, compliant in other ways? Was she doing the work at home? I think those are valid questions to ask. But in the way they have represented mental health care, I, I, I haven't seen any questions, Mandy. I'm sorry. I've been trying to run the trial and check with Twitter and see if there's anything we're missing. What is it you wanted to ask?
Texted so many times daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily. So I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Callan with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often that I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me. But
Okay.
again, if they were there, then we
Then you-
sent them.
Right. And do you remember Lindsay talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
Some belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. Hi, Lindsay, how are you today? She said, hi, Mom, pretty good today. How about you? You asked about the little ones, and she said, all good, went to the gym this morning, just hanging out, and now they have no school today. And then the following day, again, you're checking in. Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going? She said, hi, Mom, it's going well, just hanging out. It's yucky here. So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's sleeping well, things like that, right?
Yes.
You also ask her that day on the 14th, do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel? She says, not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday. You say, but some. She says a little, but I still don't feel like you, but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's going to be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's going to try. So similar conversations to that where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication.
Yes. I get.
Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning. Is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning. It's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Cotter. Do you remember them going to the Cape Cotter water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic.
Okay, guys, gentle reminder because you're all adults and I already have 6 children. If you guys are getting heated in the chat or you're bothered by someone, you do have the ability to mute a person in the chat and or touch grass. I don't like to get into chat, but if you're having an issue with someone or they're bothering you or you're having a rough day, this is a heavy trial. I encourage you to mute. I do it all the time on X. It's how I keep my sanity.
Keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? And you asked her that day if she had anything planned, and she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically. I don't remember that text.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan. Do you remember receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you feeling better? She says a little bit. You said still taking the same medication. She said yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant.
You guys will not win the annoying thing. I have had a child yell at me that his brother was blinking and it was hurting his soul. I quote. So this isn't my first rodeo. I'm just saying. As the mom of the chat, I promise you, I will be getting a Frosty at the end of this YouTube. My mom always used to tell us, sit back there and be good or no one's getting a Frosty. And I've sort of adopted that in my life. But honestly, you guys, take a couple minutes break. I understand that this trial is heavy. And maybe not everyone is your cup of tea, but that's why we have the mute button, okay? All right. Thank you.
Since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it. and she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it, and she just wants to get back to who she was, right?
Correct.
And she told you it was amitriptyline, is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the medication.
Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out and she says, "Hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you?" And you say, you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, "That sounds good." And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise. And she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, "Feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago." You said, "Is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects?" She said, "Yep, weeks." And you said, "Is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago?" And she said, "Yes." Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication-wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done by us.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, "How are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication?" She says, "I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay." You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently, and the kids get up a lot. So again, more of the same check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right?
Correct.
And that's the sad thing. That is the other heartbreaking thing, that the people in her life wanted her to get help. They were telling her to go to the doctor. They were telling her to, take the medicine, to try this, we'll come over and help the kids. What is tragic is that we have seen cases. I think the Andrea Yates case is the polar opposite of this. The Yates were told, I believe after, I want to say, the second to last child, that Andrea Yates suffered greatly from postpartum depression and possible psychosis, and that the doctors did not recommend her getting pregnant again. And the family ignored that advice. And that is a tragedy in and of itself, but it's a completely different case. This was a family that was begging, "Please help. We don't know what we're doing. We are seeing our loved one deteriorate, and we're doing everything we know how to. Please help us. Please give us the resources." And it is very sad to see all the effort they did to try to prevent this, and how horribly all of those preventative measures that they tried to get went wrong, or she slipped through the cracks, or you believe she's not compliant.
And then on the 20th, you reach out, "Is it pizza and movie night?" She says, "Just pizza and playing." And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids. And she says, "Sounds great." So you're talking about your visit that weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together. And you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct.
And then after after they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct? And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m. Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing.
And Sebastian, I know it's not the easiest thing to promote right now, given that we've not seen the best example, but there are wonderful mental health clinicians who care and give a damn. And if you do need to reach out to someone with a bigger tool belt or someone to help you deal with this, I really hope that you find someone that you can work with. I know believe me, that's the biggest battle. I'm struggling with it right now. And it's not easy, especially after this case. This is a dark case, and I want everyone to be okay at the end of it. And I know it's not easy, and we're all going to carry something from this, but let's protect and be kind to ourselves.
Better. Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was doing better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
I'm not trying to be a significant asshole here, but what can you tell from a text? We have not even advanced to a sarcasm font, which I find, technologically negligent, Elon Musk. I demand, nay, the universe demands, and well, by that I mean the neurospicy among us, a damn sarcasm font. And then a sympathy font and, just all different fonts. We can use different colors, but at this point, a decoding of text language would be awesome.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her. So the text was meant not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of the two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together. So you were able to interact with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take her picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes, but again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not. I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Good
point.
point.
You didn't say, I hope you feel better or you're going to get there or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay. She was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better. I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said, yes, correct?
That's correct without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened, and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember 2 things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall 2 things I told the police during that interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so
I believe she's reading as incredibly authentic. I don't think she's shading anything um, beyond the normal inclination of a mom, and I think that would be completely understandable. Uh, and as a jury, I am going to take that into account. But as far as authentic, and do I feel like she is telling the truth? Do I feel like she is trying to be as honest as possible? I believe she is, and I believe she is a heartbreaking but good witness for the defense. It sounds like Lindsay was being candid with more than just her husband. She was candid with her mother about the struggle she was having. And unfortunately, mental health is, one day can be okay and you can, function great. And the next day you're putting in the motions. And unless you're really looking, you might not know the difference. And that's the scary and terrifying thing about mental health, and why we need to stop with these 1950s stereotypes that mental health means you can't climb stairs or go to a museum or smile or answer a phone.
do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
What do you want? Oh, you mean the ones that you didn't want? Oh, this was one.
Just looking here through the exhibits, District Attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of text dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one. It was the copies. It wasn't green. Recall that this was introduced into evidence? Do you recall her questioning you from this?
On October 19th?
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, Exhibit 276, and the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. You recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
He's getting in touch with his feminine side. We have to embrace this. It's 2026, and it's all Reddington's fault. Thanks, Snipe. I needed that. Wait till he gets cravings.
Yes.
Okay. So what I had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on.
Not a
text
bad
thread,
combo.
because she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Objection.
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that Exhibit 277 is a totally different date? look at the date. What is the date that the DA is talking about? You see it on there?
1023.
10/23. It has
Commonwealth, you absolute jackasses. So you tried to make it look like the defense was hiding something, but you took an absolute different exhibit up?
nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or two after that, right?
Right.
If you know.
Yes.
Now, we had introduced into evidence also the Celebrate record as Exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office had printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that
Yes.
testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the texts between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, this was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was back for identification. I would now like to re-offer this in its entirety.
I see counsel sidebar, please.
Interesting. I wonder if we do find out the resolution of whether the texts were allowed.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right. Almost.
And when you were asked about Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct? Because you said, how are things today? And she said, good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that, counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down. Thank you.
I don't know what they I don't know what the Commonwealth achieved there. I think Reddington got what he needed out of this witness without being overly heartstring and was as gentle with her as we've seen him be. I've never seen that.
All right, defendant?
Yes. I call Dr. Welcome.
And I know that I often comment that I don't like to see the family. I feel like it's a bit voyeuristic, and having walked through grief myself, I would never want mine published, to the public. But it is nice seeing Lindsay's family support each other. I can't imagine that testifying in a trial like this with the circumstances are easy. So I am very glad that they have each other to lean on and support each other in the courtroom. What is slightly Midwestern built Balky from Perfect Strangers doing? I want him to say, I know he doesn't have the curly hair, but the face structure, my brain does weird things. I want him to say, Cousin Larry, for reasons I can't quite quantify right now. Or Adam Sandler at the end of, or in the middle of Click.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you should give Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction
Oh, sure.
at this point.
Yep.
So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So generally in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons. In those type of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts, but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words,
Now, Jen the Couchberry, no, but typically, in cases like this, the Commonwealth would bring their experts after the defense's experts speak, as rebuttal. So if you remember, or you were with me during another heartbreaking case, the Athena Strand trial, I refuse to say that boil on the butt of humanity's name, but the defense was allowed to give their kind of expert mitigation spiel, and then the prosecution was able to give their rebuttal witness or rebuttal expert witness. So I do expect this to become a battle of the experts. Now, whether this is a digital forensic expert or a mental health expert, I'm not quite sure. But I do believe that there are many experts, or at least 4 or 5, lined up for the state on rebuttal.
as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert, and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education or experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases, juries do. So in the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from the testimony. All right. And I'll go into that a little bit more at the end when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right. Mr. Rankin.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael Wolfovich. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you...
I believe this is the doctor that might be talking about, I believe it's called a Jefferson fracture in her neck, which I believe Dr. La Posada is also going to be talking about. But fractures of this nature, it was made famous by, unfortunately, Christopher Reeve being thrown over a horse, or and it's a similar injury that you would see diving into the shallow end or into too shallow water and getting a spinal fracture. The state Commonwealth has made this assertion that Lindsay did this weird Spider-Man hang thing in an attempt to lessen her injuries from her fall, which didn't work out well. But basically, the defense is having to bring forward witnesses that will testify that, by all indications, based on their expertise, this was a fracture that happened at a forward pace, at a forward trajectory, not from someone weirdly falling like one of those sticky army men we used to get from the little gumball machines, oddly down a wall.
Board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency Medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
I did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're presently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school? Where'd you go to med school?
St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
You did. You asked me to review the...
Query what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene, and then the emergency medical records from South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because that, what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down, because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is, whether their eyes are opening.
Now, this is interesting, and it wasn't something that was touched upon a lot when the Commonwealth brought up the attending physicians that actually treated Lindsay. But it will be interesting to listen to him kind of explain more, because this was kind of glossed over, her potential head injury. The Commonwealth sort of glossed over it with the CT came back normal, so she was fine, quotation marks, when she first arrived to the hospital, besides being, somewhat unconscious.
Spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay. So the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And South Shore Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat, to help with her breathing. And then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her. And then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the South Shore Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists,
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck, the front of her neck, and 2 deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall, what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So it's tough. Everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin, nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case, they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observe were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but
okay. Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe about the wrist injuries, sir?
so she had 2 full thickness lacerations, one on the left and one on the right.
What does that mean?
Means that she made it all the way through the epidermis and the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue.
I know I have been harping on about this, but I very much like that they're explaining this. Again, I saw it in the Karen Reed case, and you do see it typically with prosecutors who are either not very familiar with medical terminology or very familiar with what people will understand about superficial. So superficial in the medical context means that it did not go to the muscle layer, the tendons, the bone. So you basically only went through the fat layer, your bingo wing, if you will. These can still be, up to 3 centimeters deep cuts. These are not what you would colloquially think of as, superficial, like a paper cut. But the Commonwealth has sort of used superficial in the colloquial sense to somewhat imply that these were false and performative. We will see, young man. You need to finish your homework. To a correct level, you didn't just speed through it.
Now it's stuck in my hand.
Which is the next layer.
Okay. Are you familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay, and you noticed some of those on the neck area as well, is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she also had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1.
And Denise, thank you for your insight. I thought I was going to be a surgical tech nurse at one point in my life before I realized that I actually faint at the sight of blood, um, which is not helpful if one wants to work in surgery. But it brought me here. You know, that was a big disappointment. I felt like the world's biggest loser because I was really excited. I loved medical stuff, and it wasn't until we got to, you know, a biology class and we were going to have to dissect a frog, and I realized I had made a terrible, terrible choice with my life. Um, but it led me here. So, you know, in light of the dark, you know, mean voice that says things are never gonna get better lies to you. The dark, mean voice at that time told me that, you know, this was par for the course and I shouldn't have expected any different. But that voice is a jerk, liar, butt face. And my life is actually quite okay, even though I pass out at the sight of blood. I was still able to maintain consciousness when youngest most feral split his lip, even though I had to sit down and hold on to the side of the gurney. And I'm pretty sure both of us looked really, really pale. That being said, we managed to get through it, and all the no's in my life have led to this yes. So if I could give any gentle wisdom, it's that if you're coming across a lot of no's in your life and they're bumming you out, it sucks, not gonna lie. Like it just does. But I have found that the no's line up because there's a yes coming that I didn't even know I wanted or uh, you know, realized was possible.
And then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are felt to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment, that the hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the 3rd cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your 3rd, 4th, and 5th cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her second story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground or?
She did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Can I see counsel at sidebar? I'm just.
I can withdraw it.
Now, there was contention about basically this expert giving validity to Lindsay's attempt. So the judge was very careful to say that he could give his opinion based on other patients he had seen, but he couldn't point blank say that, this was a real attempt or not, in the kind of gross terminology that we're using, both figuratively and literally. So she's not out of her, rights to object. But the Commonwealth has been on the vanguard of this. This was a fake attempt. And so now the defense is actually having to put forward that this was a real attempt, and they're CBing him. They're blocking him. The judge has been very wishy-washy. I don't want to say that he's been Bev levels of allowing the Commonwealth to walk over him, because he does make critical choices, but he's very Bev-like in, well, let's let the jury look at all of it, or Schrader, let's let the jury look at all of it and they can interpret it however they want. He seems to be very much of the not so much a referee, but more like, let everything in and let the jury sort it out. I'm not sure I agree with that approach with this trial. Perhaps it's always been his style, but I don't like this approach, especially with the way that the Commonwealth has presented this case. I think he needed to be a lot more in control and protective of the jury, and kind of calling. I'm not a lawyer, so there may be a process or something, but in chambers, what the hell are we here for with the Commonwealth, with them trying to assert that Lindsay is faking her attempt on her own life, to the point that, even the judge basically said, you have been bringing up that this was a fake the entire time. So it is a bit maddening, but the judge was very clear that this particular witness couldn't specify whether, in his opinion, Lindsay was, again, for lack of a less crass term coming to mind right now, faking.
Judge, I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
No questions.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Counsel, could I see inside? Okay.
I wonder if we're going to be ending for the day, or if we're going to bring another witness, or possibly have a voir dire. Now, I do know that the potential voir dire of the witness that has kind of come in. I do think, Debbie, that everything is optics, but I don't know that the Commonwealth cares optically. They have continued to be genuinely unsympathetic and have and I grant that my algorithm on Twitter is more skewed toward the people that are anti-Commonwealth, but the read on the Commonwealth and the way they have presented this case by many objective law tubers that I respect has been, again, the only word for it is shambolic. So yes, I do think the jury can get annoyed, especially if it seems like the Commonwealth, who has constantly been bad fact finders, has given them, shaded versions of the truth. It can very much look like, again, optically, that they are trying to hide the only person who has been giving them the unvarnished truth. The only person that's been saying, "Stipulate, we don't care, we're not arguing those facts. There are very specific facts that we're arguing here." And I do think that if the Commonwealth was at all worried about optics, they would be very judicial in how they approach Reddington, uh, with objections. But they have hitherto not shown any, well, damns given about how they appear. So I don't know that that's even a factor in their thinking.
Jurors, the floor of this court in session. Please be seated.
Hey, Counsel, I see you sidebar just really in regards to tomorrow, not very long.
It appears we are still on sidebar. This judge and his time estimation sucks. This is the whole reason I start late, you butt monkeys. Like, legitimately, so I can fast forward through the breaks because my mind, okay. I guess that was all for today. Very abrupt ending. Let me look at X. I still call it Twitter. Look, I just am who I am. I'm a neo-Luddite who's been forced onto the YouTube streets and into the digital world more than I thought it humanly possible. And I'm saying that as a person who barely can work X. So I don't have an Insta. I don't have a Facebook. I am basically only on X against my will to promote my channel. As per usual, jury is paying rapt attention to Red's cross. One female juror is nodding her head and nodding in agreement. I am not sure what that was in relation to, and this was at 11 a.m. So the judge called it for the day 27 minutes ago. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Like I said, I know that this is a particularly hard trial, and this is going to bring up a lot of feelings. I do want to caution you that be kind to yourself. If this brings up a lot of feelings that you weren't expecting, it did for me, and I'm not good with feelings. I'm not good with feelings. Danny Extreme, it's awful. It was awful. Now, unless we get struck by another thunderstorm, I do intend on being with Shizzy tonight, and we are going to be going over the Dahmer case, as only Shizzy and I can, which means, with wit, snark, and a ton of heart. We never punch down, but we do represent the wonky side of the court of public opinion. We deal with things through dark humor and sarcasm, but never at the expense of the families or victims. So if that sounds like you're kind of fun, join us over on Shizzy's channel. Oh crap, recipes. Snipe, that reminds me, I need to eat. Daggone it. I intended to put that in my schedule today. that will be an endeavor for tomorrow. Baby steps, baby steps. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. This is not an easy trial, and I try to do my best. And you guys honestly help me as much as I hope I help you. So I will see you guys tomorrow. And thank God it's the defense. Really, thank God. Bye, you guys.